The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions, just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, whose? Her eyes move up and down your person as though taking your measurements. Her attention is scientific.
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to? The mating rituals aren't the good part, sweetie. I know I suppose all of us do it one time. You must forgive me. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. I can assure you, without...
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie. Thank you, but Martinez isn't. Perhaps another time. Yes, dear. I'm a
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by...
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But, oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags Cafe? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else do you know about our city? How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty...
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone.
Meaning, buying is voting.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. But we should stop for today, sweetie.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You were doing quite well up until the end there.
A sigh. The lieutenant...
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, a defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know. Someone more educated in...
No, I'm not an encyclopedia.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Of course, dear.
Whoa. What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach.
Good afternoon, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Baton, my maiden name. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical...
He's trying to signal something. He wants you to play up your condition.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. And the Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast...
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another. Especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial...
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19 because that's the type. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the... Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act. A law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional?
Then what does that say? Does it say 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats. Oh.
Your synapses flesh.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space. But I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat. Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king. Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs... A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, they started. There's an exploration and centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system... You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands... Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
The octopus that straddles Revachol, the Emergencies Act, is the cornerstone of post-war Revachol, inseparable from the world it created.
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's... Let's say I was not making the kind of...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator. Mr. Clare has worked. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. Every worker.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines... Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not...
An opening gambit, surely.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually... And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion.
This checks out.
Everard Clare is a man...
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's... Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid... And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever, indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? This...
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881, and you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it, and it's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the... Yes, we're on an island in an ocean.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the Revachol. Revachol is what you call a city. The great kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our century. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed. The nations of the Occident in the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the back.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you...
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many... Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Monsieur will be here.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. What I am not...
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself at some later juncture.
A bird? Some sort of krill hunt? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at... Ah! This is the... or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new building. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was... Splat, splat. Wonderful. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born for the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real... Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got... Oh, and the anarchists, too.
She likes the totality of it.
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people. Yes, the Red Deluge. The Insulindian Deluge, they call it. I see. Yes. A deluge. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grade. Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a... The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral. The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. The Moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking,
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For
a devout man of the center. Hard to come by. The turn of the century revolution. The revolution began in 02. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they did.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to call. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. No. It was a market mirage fueled by... Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Good question. What would you have done differently? And I asked you, philosopher detective of the Citizens Militia. You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Ah, well, good question. So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding protein. Good hygiene. Really? When they failed to...
Opinions expressed.
And what is your official...
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have...
Understandable. They are what they are. Anyway, Enough sentiment.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't get out this time.
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people...
All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the soup.
And what would that be? I can see that. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, the new, a culture, it involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else I can do? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced her. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
'Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear.
She must have been suspect.
As I said, ma'am, his technique...
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply...
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually...
Of course. But the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us. Of course, Detective.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither had. Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 20... Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Very well. I guess no one will build communism. No objections. It's mathematically impossible. Anyone? There's no one. Lonesome. Long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then, past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house.
Up here, Piggo. The streets will flow red once more,
A great torrent rushing down route.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban expressionism.
Can't you tell? I'm painting a... I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, we rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cows. This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up. You know, summon the forces of... Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me.
She means the opposite. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust, it's difficult to tell which of the two is. The woman on the boat does not know.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for... I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and...
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to. The door rattles against your knuckles, but the door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I'll go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! Doesn't matter who I am. The police? No. Go check the
Backyard door? There must...
Madame, I assure you.
There is no reply. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinaise, weather-worn, cracked. They're
trying to sneak up on me? Come to...
apparently, she does logic error.
Pigs come to take me out! Trying to snuff me out! Then why are you sneaking up on me? Trying to sneak up on...
You see a young man on a balcony, nursing.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Mart...
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme.
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
You didn't answer the question. What were you...
It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring...
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. There must be another way into the building.
Hi, Ace Detective.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box. There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Lavantorie. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for the poor box. He's leaning in to inspect. The lieutenant pats the box, ever so slightly.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old race. Every school of thought and government has failed. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it...
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol. It's a...
I know exactly what you meant. You think my... But you see, I'm a...
Silence. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, God damn.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
It's about biological... Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge. I'm not just racist. Look, I've read people who've studied these things say that you and me...
Race is a simplistic means of social classification based on easily observed attributes, hunches, and pseudoscience. The lieutenant tries to remain
as arbitrary as any judgment. That doesn't make it less of a fact. We all have to...
Oh?
Don't push your luck.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
You sure are, my man. From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the top.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words. Or both.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way. Some pretty wild stuff. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like, they want to keep that money flowing in, my man.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, us lorry drivers. Cam, your nurse. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Cam, your nurse. Not my thing. Chasing he ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural.
Ask for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotic.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty sure is like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Don't be a stranger.
The note is written with a blue.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. Someone has scribbled. S. I can't. You'll find the filament
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this one's an off-site copy.
I don't know. I assume it's some...
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box? The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left...
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the...
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Really? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory, even if he doesn't know what to do with it. Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. That's a plausible hypothesis.
Someone has scribbled. S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized... The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you.
Good question. I know. At least it's not running.
The fridge sits empty before you. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright, big men on big horses.
I used to be very serious about my...
They're not all blue. These figurines...
This is what the loyalists look like.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy.
This set of soldiers...
You'll probably talk... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One especially catches your eye. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested each one
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
The stuff I record myself. Silverware shake.
Maybe you should ditch music as well. Get into these more experimental sounds he's describing.
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company, and...
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a...
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a water. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter. There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in. Very cool. The economy thanks.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see two lowly, defeated.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer.
A pair of found ultras.
Those sneakers, mister. Those...
Only? That's madness. Found ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine. These ones...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer?
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the prolet.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, but see, they are the pedestal for... If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneak...
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Ha! Couldn't handle us. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking. Rights of people. Rights of...
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Might be time. Don't let the fat... I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the... Right to work! Right to work! Maybe you should ask them the questions. We have families to feed you.
So do we, Scott.
Honest men and women, we came here to help the harbor run smoothly.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow you?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market. The rule... Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading Gameful and...
We are not picking a side in this.
Pity. Let us work!
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grog made the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see A lorryman, the driver, has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar. The back end of the cabin has a small perch. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a
racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The back end, a book with
racist nationalist
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been... A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip." Even by the standards of the Philippian king, well, he blew his own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't not just any nose candy though. We're talking Royal Philippian blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. Cocaine. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the beneath the cold waters of the original was blown apart by communists. Most historians think some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to Those critics might have it wrong though. There's more to it. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with not that he ever did in life either. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, the small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as...
Wait, she's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her. Why? I just told you.
The woman still had no response. Wherever this woman, no response, no response. A Stars Riker, one of the finest Zhimsk made not many people outside of Grad and Revachol.
Estash Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously
An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants. They said it was an honor killing. Hussar style.
Correction. 4,395.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word. People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. 4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining the body. But my initial guess, people we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that. Yes, detective? Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from...
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay. Screwing up, gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't...
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen it. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get... It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with... Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess. Cargo can't get in or out. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. You know, serious business. I'm sure that...
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike, too. Just come.
Body betrays your degenerate.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm. That is precisely the negligence. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. Yes,
He means alcohol.
Correct. My smalls. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Rolam. Why don't you have another drink? Your feet.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
No, you don't. You need to get another.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my chronology. I am the pinnacle of you gave the world eugenics. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor.
Yes?
Last we saw. That is right. You bring your troops to the cement. The walls will be lined.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's. Well, not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings, sure, or accept them and become an advanced racist. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbors.
You are obviously a liberal. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. Those are a receding genetic pool has led them out on reprehensible street parades. In mounds, the Vespertines and Messenians of the other large mondial overproduction of SIBO, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Semenese and the Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The latter is perfected and adapting. To get type B are the unheroic races.
The Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer.
Yes. To an pinkness is a racial quad. The Koiko. The count.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Its leaders will be the Revasholians.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over. Like a fever, the revolution, enough of Tibet. Tips CF are a museum of lesser races like the mosquito. A grotesque mixture of them. The mosquito is born sterile.
It seems unlikely that 2 human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education. Then there is the Siminok, the Koiko, as you know. This will never happen. But enough. It is cruel to entertain. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what if we will?
Access to the Union is important for...
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice.
What is what? If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to...
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's...
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. No.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
You mean this? This is Pop Star.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la... She pops her raspberry. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk.
You mean this? This is Pop Star.
Looks like it also has something called...
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. No.
We are not the fashion police.
You mean this? This is Pop Star.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la...
It's where they rate Benita.
We are not the fashion police. We're the...
Okay. I'm not really... I don't really know anything. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really.
No need to worry. It's just stand up.
Okay. Not, no. Uh-huh. I don't really know anything. I mean, uh-huh.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collections?
Ah, the elusive CS. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the key. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes. Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You see a heavy steel door with the cobalt blue. It leads to a side building. Adjacent to the door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care?
It's hardly a side investment.
It's hardly worth a title. Anyway, Gart is the person to ask about.
The door does not. The cobalt blue. It leads to a side.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing. No, I don't have a...
Wondering about it.
Or some boring storage space.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely...
Fine, okay. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. Yes?
ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hang arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten you don't exactly close them. So much as it takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Which one do you want? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. Detect true love is possible only in the next world. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover this. The case files do not show you finding the author. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lake, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you... AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the... You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always... The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling... You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own? Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station. Locking them up in the hellholes they live in. Locking them up in the station. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That, and he must have it confused with the property he likes. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The he came at us, and can't get out of his apartment, an invalid, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Is still not what happened. An aluminium block runs the width of the board. A bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's a sorry sight. It takes about half an hour to piece. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. Jamais vu. Derealization. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly missed. The slides snap back into place without resistance or sound. 2 ticket stubs, and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like it smells of chewing gum. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the cup. A young woman in her 20s. There is care. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when your hand shakes holding the card. Every morning when I step out and every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. Well, almost. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Is it?
A bitter caustic sense of loss remains. Even here in the paleo, because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful.
There is no Voyager road. There are no roads, no... Yeah, man. What was that about? You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules.
Yes, they're poor.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kit...
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body...
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them. With greedy gulps, you down half a liter.
What happened? That does sometimes happen.
He replies with such understanding.
You dropped this. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. For the room and broken window? Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? How did I be? Some of my friends were role players. I've grown crafty over the years. You will.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and the living shit. Who knows what you are? A monster. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette. Or better yet, an entire... Good. They'll make you strong. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold. We should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the...
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the man. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant. We're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a rate...
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the system.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight...
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged.
I do appreciate it. It's not often that I see of it. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems, Mike.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me
entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what?
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcap.
Yes, these are very...
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no of...
Thank you. Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him. To compensate...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Yes?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized, but
probably some kids.
A simple but clever. The metal feels cold and a thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. You know this to be the star of Peric. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice.
I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you... I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance, starting...
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides,
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the track.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my...
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one... You mean this? This isn't good. It's an unnecessary trial, yes. It's been a long and... Well, we didn't even look at the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. It's not my job to evaluate your We weren't able to find the union leader, Evra. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't...
If Kim is emphasizing...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the...
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until you get up tomorrow.
Alright, but... And forgive me, this is just something I have to ask. If you have shoes, then why aren't you wearing them? Suit yourself. But you should probably consider wearing them anyway. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirect, officers of the RCM have been known. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitive, as you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks. We are permitted to use whatever force. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. The coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether this... It's probably more honest, yes. Either way.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws... Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid. Kuno, it's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. We run this city. West, it's incredibly hard. Human beings are. But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strange. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of it is history's greatest catastrophe. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. The kingdom is difficult, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual. What you want is immaterial. The bed is cold and not.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out that. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right, more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. There they both are. Two identical shoes, like two baby crocodiles. It's pretty clear, ain't good. They're balanced, comfy. Feels like... A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, things were good. It was smooth sailing. Forget about ostentatious orchestration. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heaven. Sometimes you like to add finger. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression looking good on you or anyone. 2 decades. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up. Not really. Oh, must have just stirred your mind. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. The window stands broken in its... The fan stands still. The lights are off again. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out, and then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into... It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brainwave. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the street, reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the warmth of her thighs? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bot. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry. No, it's gone. Free. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4 points. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one of time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is... Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you... Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, suit yourself. Slow, sad shell, man. See? The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. Still nothing. This door can only be opened.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. A lot of things point to the Dock Workers Union. The circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary... That's not a lot of things. We should have dug up more yesterday. Still, we need to talk... I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly men who drink beer for breakfast. That would just escalate tension. In fact, even the... One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past, but aren't you curious to know what...
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps...
And there's no public phones?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about...
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is...
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel... I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't... you have more important things...
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set up...
The water lock? That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes...
Yes, some left-field scientific research...
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm not sure where... Well, His expression is slightly grumpy.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame.
The lieutenant pulls out.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if we'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less of it. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's...
Ah yes, Phasmatopia. A diverse group of...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks, or hence its name, the insulin...
To be honest, this animal sounds like a...
I smell pseudoscience.
It's simply elusive. So much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Establishment. I thought so.
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets in. Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her.
I suppose I have something of a person... Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not... Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe...
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal... So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think that's Titus? Talk to him. But know this. I'll be...
It doesn't matter if you recognize...
She says nothing.
Like I already told you, I'm a league. What you want is of no significance, officer. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to...
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who...
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get...
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that...
Time to go to work in the shit?
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
No. I's here. You got business with my...
He understood what you were doing.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late to stop you. You've already got them all, including the old bearded man who's smart enough to smoke. As you can see, he doesn't speak a lot, and you almost missed him.
Yeah! What brings you around, copper?
The pretty boy. You guys really...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with...
Well, maybe you should...
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
The corpse looks at you with bulging. You seem to be holding your breath. The corpse, you see a cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears
active decay. It's okay to throw up, but
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
the smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar. You feel a great force ringing from your stomach until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
it's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the... If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fleet store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't die there!
Yeah. What are you? Like...
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of... That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths. Try it again.
Kuno does...
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? Aggressive?
Just duck what...
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional here.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the... If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I... Yes?
A thin man is... As you step in, he nods. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, the man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand, he looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for no. He smiles, and it's almost like music. Snow covers the white on blue police. Do something important? This is a Caprice Canema with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine. Drive even at a standstill. Someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? Yes.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field.
Sorry, I'm not...
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Those spinners were porno. That's short.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same.
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you.
I reckon, man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18.
7.2. Supercharged.
You see several. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier.
Is this about the question?
She looks up from her magazine.
Yes. What we have is there, in the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe.
She scrunches up her...
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. Uh-huh.
A colourful display of cigarette there, in that dark green glass. All in...
Sure. If you want something, I can get it. But I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and...
Know this. You will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with their logo is...
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed. Okay. Don't, overdo it or something.
You see several packaged... The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy...
I have read...
Yes.
René. Hello, officer. How might I be of assist? Let me think. I heard someone was no,
Then help them, you wimp.
He means
I wish I could, but I just...
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth...
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Hit that okay, Everyone in Martinez knows...
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history.
The old soul. There he stands.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Oh, in many ways, yes. like an honorary member. I attend meetings and not in the technical sense.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he doesn't know anything.
Of course he's... I hate this socialist rabble. But even...
Oh, in many... Oh, not in...
So he does...
Of course I hate this socialist rabble. But even side...
Writing work mostly. How can... Oh, nothing.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. I prefer...
Mon Dieu.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, officer.
The only one you have.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Yes? Hello? Me?
She doesn't really want... If she's such a working-class woman, why isn't she...
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with? My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home.
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... no. Why are we still talking?
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her if it wasn't?
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not miss...
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
What? They're almost grown up now anyway. They're my youngest girl, Jo. Why do you need to know this?
Did someone say party? You could use a party.
A killer party?
Okay, it must be asked then. What are...
I don't mean to disrespect.
For what it's worth, I agree.
I don't even have...
It's a trap. Never ever say...
Great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. The woman before you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. Turns out that there are so many... You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. Turns out that there are so... You don't have...
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
The plaque on the shelf reads, biographies of... Several maps. The maps look old and faded. This large map, Ozon, Laura disintegrate. In the northeast, a dust mite you can. On 850 meters, the ocean breaks up connections to other worlds. You have little idea. Perhaps they are God. The north coast of to the east, Hudon. You feel you're just west of...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martin, that old thing, it's from when some design...
The place does not look like...
They didn't get that far, for some reason.
It's not really still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
note is written with a blue pen. The worn map features the pat. Your finger moves. Finally.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Your finger moves. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are.
for a more detailed view of the
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. You wait for the storekeeper to be. It's quite a challenge, but a cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest found on the Seminine. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full. Pet owners also report it is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. Not great for performing. Yes, this is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus fene. Where to even begin? All cockatoos, pet owners also. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not. Perhaps the most impressive of, in the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, despite its banging name, the Bang Bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right, Your Majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird belongs on your heraldry. Advanced race theory. A sturdy this could be a way into the apartment building. The smoke.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, of course. I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Of course, the situation is extremely You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day.
Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this?
What world?
The camera of her mind glides over.
Great bodies of water. There is a term of endearment, Elysium. There are those who would call it a term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascist. Oh, you want to... Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing... We used to think it was a sphere.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our... I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite... But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set... You have misimagined it. I don't have the... It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone...
Suddenly, you're conscious. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez, you would be excused. I'm not a good ambassador. This place used to be a province. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing? I am the vilest of... I am
She raises the corner of her...
an ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, no. Are you liberated?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I do hope so. I do hope when the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones. Nothing's settled. Simply fades away. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I...
East Delta Commerce and off-key.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid game.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Please just stop calling.
A single beep indicate you ring the... What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. This button.
This button looks new.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a... You slip your fingers under the frozen lid. No, this is going to need something else if you want to try again.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
it's you again. Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice. This was an especially fun set to make.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. Without resistance or sound. The two panel, it's slightly, ever so. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. There he still is. Look.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow!
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna...
You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos, and tendons.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are...
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any notebook. It's clearly some manner of super armor or future armor.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd. We should keep a lookout for this species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
The sabatons dangle off the man's...
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4...
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real.
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, that's for us to find out. Mr. Gard, just something I scraped together from my station. An area report. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the...
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads...
Faint, organic light, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic. If trees were made of porcelain, the smooth, glossy... The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678 222.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done.
A small...
It's anything but.
Faint, like whirls of floorboard. If treated with smooth, the whirls are in the shape of...
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station.
The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise the core.
Indeed. From this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clothes do you need? You already found... There's no way you're getting them off.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white...
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and...
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the...
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story here... Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world. Protruding comically, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode. From the corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. Eyes. As you narrow your eyes, this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue.
I see it. His neck too.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of...
So, what do you think? Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like...
You would still like the hypostasis marks in the neck to be a bit more pronounced.
Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I do. Most of them are post-mortem.
Stop talking.
He means you fucked him up good, Coon.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten.
The victim appears to have contained no more.
The fuck he said.
Talking about shit.
Did we? I agree.
His personality.
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done. The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge.
He doesn't actually...
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots.
I'm gone. Into the wild, in the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean? It's the power of humanity. Go ahead. Ask because you're lost, Coppo Dopo. Do I remember?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up, miraculous.
You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my friend.
Yes, we do. Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they?
No. Think of the boys from processing. I know it's hard, but I assure you, climb up there and... So there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yeah.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his head up.
Take it!
Yeah!
Silence. And produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it. That's a Kiel A90-90. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes.
God damn it.
Fucking it!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assist. It's bad as it is.
They only have...
Oops.
This is the sorry...
Officer, why do we only have one gun? That is even more unfortunate than the...
Take it, you fucking banana boyka! Take it and shoot yourself and...
The cold piece of bacon.
The fuck are you...
The buckle comes into...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
A plume of smoke erupts. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it! What a mul...
I agree. Police work is overrated. It is
It's not the guns...
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and what the lips of the... The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants.
Into the what? In the park. in the past. What? It's the you. Go ahead. Ask. Do I remember?
A child born with Muller's disease.
In the past. Do I remember?
A child born.
No. You sure we got out of that one? Come back later, Corpo.
Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of?
No. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here.
The man before you is naked.
Yes, we do. I
would really prefer if there was another way. These people might have an agenda. But what other options? The corpse twists.
Yeah! Bang!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where?
Yeah! They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice.
I'll blow his head.
Yeah!
Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Secure it. That's a key. He then steps back and the kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that...
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate... I have to say, it's beginning to look... It's bad as it...
Oops.
This is...
Officer, that is even more
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot...
The cold piece of bacon...
The fuck are you waiting for?
The buckle comes...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, copper.
Could waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
You'll feel the slow movement of...
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin...
Someone else?
What was that about processing, then?
No. I know it's hard, but I assure...
Yeah!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope.
Where?
Yeah! They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration. Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Secure it. That's a key. He then steps back and
He's gonna fuck...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast.
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's...
The lieutenant doesn't say a word.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlike... It's bad as it...
They only have...
Oops.
This is the...
Officer, why do we only have... That is even more...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer!
The cold piece...
The fuck are you wait...
The buckle comes into...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't...
You'll feel the slow move...
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggot?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, with your hand numb from the recoil. You look at the bodies, looking straight at you. Helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash. Then, the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
The Ace is High, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades. The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salute.
I knew these guys were
Kuno cracks with laughter.
I knew they suck each other up.
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before, it looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just... I would also suggest we interview Joyce, the Wild Pines representative. But we've already done that, so yes.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't. Does Kuno care? Yeah? The Kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen. Kuno doesn't care if Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real. Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around.
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for falling anyway, pig. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't...
The man ponders his cooking utensils.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Incriminating. Container belt, like we used because we took it from the harbor where we work. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That goddamn...
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt...
Chaise électrique is the method of cap...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates.
But you see, a lawman.
This isn't something he came up with on...
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest A. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. What you can do right now...
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep...
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate. Yeah! Who do you think we...
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interest in...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. In my... He stepped out of line.
What kind of mercy?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experience.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm already...
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there. Sang some...
We couldn't believe it either. But he fucking did. Right there.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-esque? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't...
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Love. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking.
Yeah. Me and Eugene got...
There's something. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting a name. That's a Martin.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you...
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to...
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and...
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening?
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. Well, this one, but he's all...
Like what, Copper? Yeah, look.
It's almost...
Not in the...
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster.
Look, Coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here.
He doesn't actually want to hurt you. There's an easy way out of this. The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast, not an echo. No one screams. It's more dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez. The man before you is naked, but for a...
Yes, we do.
Yeah!
How?
With a buckle ties the rope.
Where?
Yeah. They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his...
Take...
Yeah!
Silent and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. Secure. That's a key. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's stess position. The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that...
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but the...
No, any...
Kuno...
The lieutenant...
Kuno...
The lieutenant doesn't.
I have to say, it's beginning to look... It's bad at...
This is...
Office, that is even more...
The cold piece of baked...
The fuck are you...
The buckle comes...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your field... The sleep...
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, with your hand numb from the recoil, looking straight at you, helpless.
Communist.
It takes a minute. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring.
Ace is high.
The ace is high. Accustomed. The lieutenant takes a little...
I knew these guys were...
We will perform a field. It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry. In the meantime, we should... I would also suggest we interview... Yes.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. Listen, listen. Kuno could hook you up with some... Look.
The lieutenant remains silent. But...
Pig, believe it, you...
These could drastically improve your chance. Coach physical. They will also make you into an idiot.
Alright, Piggo.
Don't do business.
As you can see, Kuno...
There's more to his distrust than being a...
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno does...
Still here, stuck in this damn jam. Huh? The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran, the sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was... The black marks on the roof indicate that the panel served as a takeoff. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard, and the sign broke the vehicle's fall. The Samaran Butter billboard still looks fresh within the past 72. Still speeding, the vehicle There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linéaire G22. It's about the right. The Caprice 40 is a very sturdy, but the Linéaire, you'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. If we must.
There's a pilot.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles.
These are all boring. Those UV stickers.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material.
No luck.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It definitely... You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
These are all... Those UV...
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
The tear machine stands in the court. Your bottles clunk into the... Do you know what you should...